Evening all. We all good? Yeah, I looked at that picture on the Discord. I have no idea how that plant got there, or why it's so big, or how that's even possible. It's a complete mystery. Thank you, Cloud. I just had a shower, so that might be why. It's always that kind of frantic, make sure I've eaten and showered and everything before 8 o'clock. I never quite manage it on time. So we're not going to bother with a poll this week because I've got things that I need to get done for the current build. So I'll crack on with those. And as you may have noticed from the Discord announcement, we are making planter lights. So if I go to little me, I've been working on the ceiling panels up here above the VIP quarters. So the ceiling panels themselves are done. I was toying with the idea of making them follow this curve, but I don't think they need to have that kind of lump on them. I think that's kind of unnecessary, especially as you've got the curve of the wall there anyway. So for the sake of simplicity, I'll leave them flat. I've already done the lighting panel internally, but they don't have a visible representation of one. So I just need to sort that out. So we're going to make some LED grow lights. In some form CSI, yes. I did actually start making them down here somewhere. Can't remember what deck I was doing it on now. Sure, I'd put those in. Hang on, let me load the level up a minute. Oh yeah, here. So this was like an early bodged version of one, just to get an idea for the sort of thing I was going for. I think this one's perhaps a little bit too big, certainly too thick, and I want to do the individual LEDs. So on a grow light, if I just find a picture of one a sec. I'm not going to make them purple. A lot of grow lights do seem to be purple, which I'm guessing is the UV. Yeah, there's an example. Yeah, so grow lights tend to look a bit like that. So they've got obviously the LED driver with heat sinks and things, but all the different LEDs are different color spectrums. So the overall light being cast is kind of a full spectrum light to aid in plant growth. But a lot of them are very much UV, so they're very purple. But we'll go with the white version. Just seeing if I can find a better example to work from. Yeah, something like that. Oop. Too many windows. Yeah, so we'll have the driver box and then lots of the individual LEDs, and hopefully we'll be able to see that they're different colors. Yeah, we've got a bunch of fish tank lights that are like that as well. Lights for marine tanks tend to be a lot more that way inclined. I'll have to have a look, Cloud. I haven't seen Ender's Game in a long time. Not all of them yet, Anassi. I've got a few more to do, like these ones around here. I keep getting waylaid by other things. Actually, here's something you might want to see. So, I got bored the other day, so I thought I'd do something for the fun of it. It's moments like that that gives us wheelie chairs. And you can basically blame Claire for this because she mentioned it first. So Claire said that whenever she goes into the conference room and puts one of the scene projections on the window, she always changes the light temperature to kind of reflect that. So I thought it would be good if we had the window itself provide the scene coloration. So now what it does is when you enable the scene projection, the scene actually casts light into the room. And as you go through the different scene projections, the light it casts has a subtle colour to it to just kind of heighten the look and feel of the scene. So you go from like a really sort of cold looking effect there to like that nice green tint on that one, and like a warmer glow from the desert. It's a silly little thing. It only took about an hour or so, but I thought it's just like a nice effect, just to give that just a little bit more of a, I don't know, just a bit more ambience and atmosphere. The other thing I was working on is trying to stop the blur. So when you walk left and right, you can see that it's blurring, and the reason it's blurring is because of temporal AA, and this is a transparent material. And it's transparent because we fade it in and out when we change scenes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a masked material on the background. Sorry, an opaque material, so that we'll fade the brightness of the scene, but have it be black. So basically it will fade to black before disappearing entirely. But it will happen so quickly that hopefully it won't be visually noticeable. So you'll still get the same effect where it fades nicely between scenes, but it won't do the whole horrible blurring thing. There's always a trade-off somewhere in game dev. But yeah. Yes, Max, all the crew cabins will have the same. Yeah, blame Claire. Claire's fault. Oh, sorry, Cloud, I closed it too soon. But yes, it does light up the whole room. The light does go as far as this wall. But anyway... I don't think I've seen it, Scorpio. I'll have a look after the stream. Yes, AJ, they are stock images I found online, so if you have any you'd like to add to the pool, feel free to suggest them. There is a small caveat to that, in that because of the way we're handling, or rather because of the way the room is situated and how we're rendering the scene to the window, there can't be anything in the foreground. So the windows have to have, so the scenes rather, have to be such that there's nothing like below the midpoint of the image. Everything in the scene has to be reasonably far from the camera, otherwise it just looks weird. You'll notice with all the scenes that I chose, there's nothing close to the camera at all. I don't think there's anything on these that, yeah. I had quite a few of them at one point, but I've whittled them down to these ones. But again, you can see that I've tried to not have anything in the foreground at all, because there's this weird optical illusion where anything in the foreground looks massive compared to the scale of the room, and you lose that sense of depth. So yeah, the more further away the detail is from the camera, the better. I've also been fixing this. So you'll notice that some of the panels are not lined up, and I've been kind of working outward from here, just working my way to the left and right, just fixing those. And also at the bottom here, like, no one's noticed this, and I bet no player probably ever would notice this, but I notice it every time I walk past, and it annoys me. So so I've been fixing that as well. Yes, Caesar. Right, yes, so we need to model some planter lights. So let's go on with that, shall we? Debating whether or not they need to be curved, but I think I will make them very subtly curved, because the wall is curved and the planter is curved, so I think on the whole they'd be better if they kind of conformed to that curve. Yeah, true, very true. What's the best way of doing this? So we get rid of a bunch of these templates. Probably best to do this upside down. We grab that edge because it happens to be conveniently the right curve. Ideally, we want it to be kind of in the middle of the plant, which means it needs to be further towards the back, which means we'll use that back there, which means we don't want that, which means all that can go. Do the midpoint there. Precise science, but it's close enough. Okay, so that would make the light go there. Actually, we can turn the ceilings off now. Okay. So that's too big. Maybe about that big. Then we can extend that over just a little bit more. So I'm just going to add it to this light, to this panel rather, just as a test. So we can get a feel for kind of the height and position of the light. So I mean, logically it's in the right place, but I need to make sure we're not going to get any really sort of bright hot spots on this edge. So it's definitely not in the middle of the panel. Which could be a little bit awkward because where we've put the light itself is nowhere near that. But that does seem the logical place to put it. Okay, so we move the light then. using a rect light to simulate the light. Something like that. What we can also do is we can change the barn door angle. So if we change the barn door angle to maybe like 45 degrees, like that. Let's move that down a bit. It gives us a more angled light, so it doesn't look quite so silly. My initial thought is that it's about probably half the width it needs to be. So let's go ahead and make it bigger. Yeah, wider is better, I think. Maybe raise it up a little bit. Yeah, I think that'll do. So now the tricky bit, which is to give it its LEDs. Just a standard mouse. AJ actually sent me a 3D mouse a few months back, which I've still not had a chance to use yet. I'm kind of scared of it. I might increase the saturation on these plants a bit because they seem a bit bland looking under this light. And the same will be true for these because they'll have much more direct light on them. I'm wondering if it's worth putting just a little light there, just to light up this door frame slightly. It's not like we don't already have a bazillion lights. Yeah, I do want to get to the point where we'll add a shader to the plants that makes them go all brown and shriveled if they haven't been looked after. Which means at some point, yes, we do need some kind of spray bottle just to go around and keep them alive. Normally we'll have an NPC doing that, but it can definitely be a player action. I want the ship to be very much a living, breathing space. Which is why we've got carpets that grime up and such, because we want the ship to get tattier over time if it's not looked after. Yeah. If there's one thing the Borg hate, it's squirty bottles. I think for the sake of doing this smoothly, I'm going to greatly increase the number of edges, which means we need a better curve. Where's our middle? There it is. That's nicer. Where should we put the poles, I guess? Yeah, probably about there. Just measuring those separately, just that we know where the attachment points are going to go. Come on. I hate it when autosave decides to do its thing, like in the middle of undoing an operation, because it always makes you think it's crashed. Yeah. Just on Discord, Jason, either in the discussion channel, the dev discussion channel, or the bugs channel, either or will do. So that'll do for the casing. And then we just want the LEDs themselves all across there. So, how do we do that? What's the best way of doing this? I guess if we create like a string of pearls almost, and then we can copy that around in an arc. Okay, so that was an even number, so we need an odd number. Yeah, except we want it that way around, don't we? Right, so that's our LED spacing. Then each LED, and they're going to be quite big, so almost like a centimeter. Is 16 sides overkill? I mean, probably. It really depends on how closely people are going to look at them. You know what? We'll go with 16 sides. All hail nanite. So these are 0.947. So if we go maybe 0.4, so each one is 0.8 across. It's a difference of 0.074. Actually, probably make more sense, wouldn't it, just to go 0.1 for our surround. Or do we do it the other way? Guess that would be better, wouldn't it? do wonder if there's a bit too much of a gap between them. Just try it a minute, and for the sake of seeing where we're going with it, let's just draw some lines on here a moment. Turn that off so we don't lose the camera. I'm just going to save this real quick, because the thing what I'm about to do usually crashes it. So we're going to copy this over to there. And then we're going to divide that by a stupid amount. Something like that. So that is 9,000 LEDs. I think. Yeah. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 900 LEDs, not 9,000. Right, let's just export that a minute and see what it actually looks like. I'm guessing we're going to need a greater density than that for it to actually look good, but we shall see. Yeah, that job would suck. I mean, it's not terrible, but I think because of anti-aliasing, we're going to have some bad times with that. So if I have the edge of the LED go over that, that would help. And that'll get rid of the anti-aliasing because we're no longer having to render the black border. So we'll have a white LED on a black standout, basically. I'll also get rid of the effect on them, because that's what these have. These have that like diffuser material on them, as do these. Obviously we don't need that on here, and that's going to make it worse with anti-aliasing because it's a normal map. These don't need a normal map. yeah, we're not having 900 light sources. That would be madness. So I'm just thinking about how we're going to do like alert conditions and things, and whether or not these lights need to play a part in that or not. I mean, to be honest, they probably don't need to play a part in that. Although technically there's no reason why not. We duplicate Is that what that one is? Child of grid light, also a child of grid light. Yeah, we can use that one actually. Doesn't have the doofer. Right, and we want to offset some of these. So yeah. Why wasn't it giving me the switch? So if we what I'm doing is I'm just setting up the material so that we can override the color. So rather than using our material parameters, which drives the dynamic color, if we have an override color, then we can do that on a per material basis. It's going to be a param, isn't it? I don't use booleans much. There we go. Yeah, so if we override the color, then we can give it a different color. Why is it only doing it one-sided? That's a cool effect, but weird. Okay, so we can make those ones a different color. And then what we can do on the actual model is we can color some of these LEDs differently. So every other one, we can make them unique. I always seem to give myself the most tedious jobs to do. Right, so if we make these unique, so that group is now different, and then maybe just take those three, make those unique. And then we can give these ones a different color. Which gives us kind of something like that. And then of course we also want to just make sure we do that effect. We can simplify the geometry a bit there. Then we have like a cap on top rather than the surround, and then that will hopefully fix the anti-aliasing problem. Let's give that a try a minute. There we go. I'm still getting a bit of twinkling. Might be worth just removing the rubber bit entirely. Wondering whether it's worth sticking some blue ones in there as well, just for the whole full spectrum thing. I'll fill in the gap at the ends as well when I'm done. Let's just try that a sec. Ah, that's better. So I imagine what we're seeing there is probably actually some nanite edge collapsing, which we can combat by changing nanite precision. It's probably as good as we're going to get. Yeah, it's not a bad shout, Jason. Oh yeah, so the other thing I did with these is the fake GI as well. So if I turn off that, you can see that the ceilings are just normally lit. If I add a bit of fake GI on there, it kind of fakes some bounce lighting off the plants, which is completely for free on the GPU, which is nice. I'm wondering whether we can make those a bit brighter, and whether or not we have a brightness override on here as well. Because we're using our brightness, which comes from like whether they're turned on or off and that sort of thing. So what we could do is we can also multiply that by brightness multiplier. So we multiply that by that multiplied by that. So by default that would just be 1, so that we can adjust the brightness of those custom colored lights separately. And of course they'll be statically that color, so regardless of what the rest of the ship's doing, those ones, the red ones, will always be red. And then we can change the brightness multiplier to 2, and then they'll always be double the brightness of the white ones. Like way brighter. Okay, and I think I'll make those every other couple blue, just to complete the full spectrum. So again, it means every other light's going to be a different color. Because we've got an even number, so it's going to have to be the end ones. Have I miscounted somewhere? Brain is struggling. How come we can evenly distribute red, yellow, but if we try and skip one, I must have miscounted. did. I did miscount. Okay. Phew. I thought I was going mad. Maybe we'll just do the inner ones for now. So we want to go from there to there. And get rid of those ones and then make that one unique. Get rid of those ones. And then the same on this side. There, there. Make that one unique. Get rid of those ones. That's interesting. There's more space on one side than the other. Not impossible, Martin, but this is based on real world tech, so these are actually real world things. And the real world ones don't flicker. I think I'll copy that one over. Actually, no, I won't. I'll just make these ones unique, otherwise I probably won't get the right lineup. Yeah, it's better. Well, in the real world, LED grow lights don't have any kind of flickering effect on them. They're just, the whole point of them is to provide a light spectrum. I reckon that'll do, to be honest. The light is going to be part of the panel, so it'll have sticks shooting up in a sec. I just wanted to get the position and the styling done before I started building the ceiling attachment bit. And then we need to mirror that on this side as well. And then we'll have the same style of lights above here as well. And pretty much everywhere where we have live plants on the ship will have like grow light style lights on them. It'd be interesting actually just to see how this behaves during an alert state. So what I'm expecting to happen is that the white lights should change depending on the alert state, but the blues and the reds will not. Yeah. Right, so we just check the lights first. Stupid debug modes. Oh, I didn't set. Okay. Yeah. Right, there's a couple of things we didn't configure there. One is the power cable. Obviously, that's important. And two, we haven't told them what deck they're on. Make sure that that's just the ceiling lights. And then we want them visible from B deck. I don't think we need them visible from A. No, you can't really see them from up there, so they can remain on B. And I think, yeah, those ones would need to be visible from C, but not them. What I really want to do as we move forward with the technology that we're building here is, rather than having to specify manually which cable those lights are connected to, I'd really like them to sniff out themselves which cable it is, simply by looking at like a mesh overlap. So where the plug from the cable is overlapping the port on the light panel, it should automatically check for an overlap and go, okay, I see which cable I'm plugged into. Which will allow us to, at some point in the future, have dynamic moving around of cables and plugging things in arbitrarily. Yeah, they shouldn't get too hot anyway, so they just have heat sinks. Right, there we go. So lights are on. They're all visible. Okay. It's interesting. Why do we have spheres around these still? Look at that in a minute. Right, so red alert. Just the outside lights that are changing. And then emergency lighting should be all of the panels. Yeah, so we've got dimmer versions. I'm wondering whether I turn the brightness down on those a little bit actually. Okay, and then everyone's favorite, disco mode. Yeah, so as expected, the white lights are changing color and the reds and the blues are not, because they are basically having a hard color set on them. I suppose the only other thing we need to do is go back to condition normal. And then we can cheat our way through the wall. And if we turn off the lighting feed for here, yeah, so the lights do go off when we remove the power, so this whole ring, or this whole quadrant should be off, which it is. And those ones remain on. Turn that breaker back on, and they're back on again. Hurrah. Good, good. Yeah, the planters could have automatic watering features. I mean, they are, with where they're housed, obviously, yeah, the mud's only so deep. So we could have water tanks in the cavity under here, because there is quite a large cavity. Oh, I need to bridge that gap. But yeah, under the planter, we've got the cavity here. So this cavity could contain a water container, which maybe has to be topped up. So maybe we could have like a little hatch or something here, with like a little water gauge, and if the water runs out, then the plants start to die. So one of the maintenance activities could be refilling the water tank rather than watering the plants individually. but we'll see. Because if we make each plant an actor rather than just a static mesh, then each one could respond to a spray gun of some kind, which might make for a more granular experience where you're actually spraying each individual plant. And that also leads into things like disease or something. So spraying each plant with some kind of pesticide. We shall see. Yes, Martin. So the emergency lighting is when everything was red. We have basically it's a set of batteries which are switched to for emergency lighting. Yeah, I was wondering whether we have like little, exactly that, just like little sticks sticking out of the mud. So just like little things coming out that can do misting. But I kind of like the idea of having to manually do it. Right, so let's get this mirrored. I'm sure I had a mirrored version. Where did that go? Oh, there. Expecting the mirrored version to have a weird alignment because of the world origin being the wrong way around. But let's see. If it remains where it is, that would be great. No, it's over there. Okay. That didn't work. So the origin of the group is there. The origin of that is there. But it's facing the other way. Let's try that again a sec. Oh no, success. Great, that means I can work on both sides at once. Perfect. And then of course we need to move the lights and give it its right materials. Now, we just need to sort out the position of the light because it's in the wrong place. So actually, if I copy that, so 20, 180, 20, 180, pop it there, but then we want to mirror the blue. Yeah, doesn't sound right. Better. Just ensuring they're in the same place. And then we want to do 45 and 10 for the barn door. So I do 10 on 5 on the other one. 5. Better. Then I think maybe lower the output down ever so slightly on those. So I think I might cheat ever so slightly and move the light source away from that end. Do that on my other screen just so I can see it having an effect in real time. So basically, as I move the light source back and forth, it's affecting the wall there. So we just want to move it over a little bit. So it's creating not quite so severe of a hotspot. And the same on the other one as well. Okay. Right, so now we just need the attachment point. And maybe a wire. Let's just get rid of the tag on that a minute so we can see them both together. Hey, Danger Mouse. Will you be able to set the brightness level of different areas of the ship and individual lighting systems? Yes. So when we have the internal, the environmental control panel, which is going to be one of the stations on the left as you come into the bridge. You'll be able to set things like day shift and night shift, and have the lighting on the ship have a different color temperature depending on what kind of shift you're running. So obviously day shift is going to be the brightest lighting, night shift is going to be kind of dimmed around all the corridors and things. Hey, Zotbox. Rigid for now, Martin, but yes, I like your idea. We do have dynamic lighting for everything, so they can move. There's nothing stopping them from moving. So we'd have to use a cable component for that. You've got me wondering now. So we'd have to export the panel separately as a separate object, and then within the actual light actor itself, we'd have to have a cable component. Which will child off of ceiling geometry. Yeah, so something like that. And then we take our panel. Let's assume that's just a cube for now. So we need to attach that to the end there, and then that can swing around freely. I think we have to do it via here though. So attach component to component. That's not how you do it. There is a way of doing it, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google it to work out how to do this, but yeah, there is a way of doing it. So you can attach that to the cable component so that under physics situations, the lights can wobble freely on the pivot, and you can make it like solid as well, so it's not wobbly. I think just making it one segment does that. Something like that. But there is a way. Yeah, so stuff breaking was already a thing. We got a video from ages ago knocking about where you can see cables and wires breaking and shooting sparks everywhere, and then the NPCs will come along and fix it. That code's all still there. It's just we've disabled it for the now because we don't have any means of breaking stuff. But we will. But I'm not going to put in the ability to break things until we also have the ability to repair things. We'll keep the rank structure fairly flat. So obviously we got the captain and the XO, and then you've got the department heads, and the department heads will be various ranks from like commander to lieutenant commander, probably even lieutenant, and then beyond that, then you've just got the enlisted crew. Ensigns are obviously command staff in training. And that's it, really. I don't think we're going to go much deeper than that. We don't want to overcomplicate that. Hey, Celtic. Wondering whether those little supports are too flimsy. They look a bit flimsy. Let's try making them slightly wider and see what they look like. Sort of, yeah. Yeah, I think chunkier is better there. Hey, ODST. All good, thank you. Tempted just to stick the door panel on there while we're at it, actually. And maybe even get the door done. It'd be nice to finish off this corridor. Let's just export the mirror of that a minute. I'm not liking how plain this bit is here. I feel like it needs something. I'm just not quite sure what. I mean, if those were more central, and sadly they can't be because they kind of need to be over the plants, but if they were, then I would cut a space out and have like the wooden backing visible. Maybe just adding a simple light there for the doorway might be enough. Fancy-ish door, yes, I think so. Given that these are the VIP suites, I think they do need a VIP door. Yeah, definitely. And I'm not going to specifically identify them as like captain's quarters because you might want to change that. So my general idea was like this one was maybe captain and then this one was the XO. So that the two closest VIP suites to the bridge were obviously the captain and the XO. So they're close to their place of work, which means that the other four are completely free for whatever use. Yeah. Perhaps once there's a door there, it won't look quite so plain. Maybe if I stick a wire on it, that will just help give it a bit of visual interest. Oh yeah, smoke and CO detectors, absolutely. Yeah, fair point, because I wanted to start adding them to ceilings kind of randomly, just to, again, add a bit more visual interest. So yeah, that's a good idea. If we come out maybe an inch. So if we were to make that the point where the wire sticks through, then we kind of have the wire snaking its way over there slightly. Maybe we'll move that over a bit. Yeah, maybe more like there. And then I'm just going to be winging this for a minute. Yes. So, yeah, under normal like if you were building this, you probably would put the wire inside the pole, just to keep it all neat. But I'm just thinking, for the sake of a bit of visual interest, if we actually have the wire be visible, it just makes for it's just a bit of extra something, so it's not quite so plain. We can have that over there like that. And maybe something. Kind of need the middle bit really, but just kind of something like that. But we do need the exact middle to work with. It's kind of awkward when you're dealing with such tiny geometry. A bit of a straight bit there. And then we'll continue that to the top, just so we've got our center point marked. Yeah, something like that. If we get rid of the little bits in the middle. Should be able to manipulate this a little bit now. At least we would be able to if it was not flat. Well, that didn't help. Oh. another plugin I'm going to have to purchase. Right, okay, well, let's just keep that for now. I want it to kind of bend a bit rather than just being a straight line, but let's just do that just to see what it looks like. And we can fiddle with it afterwards. Pipe along spline. Depends per plugin. So this guy, Fredo6, does lots of different plugins. And I use them a lot. But you buy them as a one-off license. So it's not like a subscription thing. It would look better if it was wrapped around there. I need to remember how to make splines that I can drag around in SketchUp. I've done it before, I just can't remember how I did it. I'm sure it was it like a polyline maybe? Perhaps that was it. There was definitely a way of drawing a spline which you can then like move after the fact. Oh, was this it? Oh, this was it. Assuming I can do that on not on a flat surface. Can we then not edit it? I have a plan. It might not be a good plan, but it is a plan. So if I copy that up there, and then we do like divide by 5, like 8. Okay. And then we get rid of that. Keep the straight bits. Get rid of the rest. And what we can do is something more like this. So kind of maybe straight up there, and like that. I made this awkward for myself. Like that. Thank you, Max. I shall make sure that the chocolate is delivered. See, that works. Just do something like that. Just not quite so crap looking. So let's maybe just extend that out a bit. Fair point, Patrick. Thank you, Caesar. I would very much appreciate that. You've just reminded me, actually, I do actually have some ciders in the fridge that I may have to have later. There doesn't seem to be a way of editing this after it's like applied it, but not to worry. Let's see whether or not this actually looks any better. I can always move some points after the fact. Whole thing selected. Yeah, there we go. I mean, it's not pretty, but give it a whirl. And maybe fix some nastiness there. Cable ties. Since we could do cable ties, but let's see how this looks first. I mean, it's not particularly attractive, but maybe it'll do for now. I think a closer path to the pole would have looked nicer, but it's not particularly smooth. Okay, no, that looks poop. Yeah. Interesting experiment, but no, I can't be doing with that. Yeah, it's easier to work on ceilings upside down. I do have another plan though. That's more like it. And maybe move that over by 0.25. I'm going to want the cable to run up against the pole. Yeah, there we go. That's far less crap looking. Make sure I merge these together without collapsing the curve, so they're all 1.55, so there shouldn't be any reason why that wouldn't like 0.1. Though it doesn't help that. Right, hang on. I think I know what's going on here. Because it's not a welded line, it's doing it in separate segments. Yeah, that's better. Hey, Oni Nunny. Yeah, I honestly don't know which I prefer, whether I prefer it with the wire or without. What if I rotate them so they're around the back? Yeah, let's give that a whirl a minute. Camera stuck in the wall. Yeah, if I hide the wire behind, then it's still there and visible at certain angles, but it's not kind of in your face quite so much. Yeah, I guess that's better. Like it's there if you look for it, but otherwise not. Kind of like these ones here. I've pointed it out before, but the other end. Yeah, there. So we actually have a wire going to the LED strip, but it's so like up in the ceiling that no one ever sees it. But I know it's there. Okay, so I would say that completes our LED strip for that light. Just export that one in a sec. Yeah, then we'll dot some just random bits of tech around, like the CO2 detectors and that sort of thing. I guess we also need just general sensors, don't we? So obviously the ship knows things like temperature, air pressure, whether or not there's a fire. So we need the various sensors for those things. So we kind of need visible hardware that does that job. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that all of the CCTV will be centered around the bulkheads. Obviously, that's not quite as relevant for B deck, but down on the other decks, like every bulkhead like this will have a camera on it, probably pointing at the bulkhead. So like on the bridge, if you select a bulkhead, you'll have like a camera view like this, just so if you close it from the bridge, you can actually see it closing on the screen. And then, yeah, maybe a few cameras dotted around here. Yeah, true that. We're also going to have vents in the panels. So, like up in the ceiling here, which I don't currently have turned on. So if we turn on the HVAC hardware, so this is all like the air conduits and such. Right now they don't have vents or ports or anything, so these need vents that are going to go down behind the wall panels and then pop out. So you'll see like a physical vent on the panel there, which actually attaches up to the HVAC. So there is still, layers of detail that need to be added to this, but as with everything, it's iterative. Yeah, and I'm thinking we can have like boxes up in the ceiling here with like little flashy lights on them. So as you're walking down, if you look up, you'll just see like a box with a light on it flashing, which is nice from a sci-fi detail perspective, but also it is serving a purpose. The main problem we have with these ceilings, though, is because they're like 7 foot up. It's really difficult to allow the character to remove the panels and do maintenance. So, like, if there was something, I don't know, let's pick a smaller one, like that panel there. So if you remove that panel, and that's exposed, all of the stuff in the ceiling, and we can have things up here that you can interact with. But the character's only like this tall, so all the stuff that you're doing is like way up there in the ceiling. So we just need to make sure that you can actually, realistically reach it, because a character with his arms in the air is only about like up there. So I like the idea with the NPCs, where if the NPCs are working on ceiling panels, they kind of magically just whip out little like A-frame ladder. So you'll see the NPC standing on a ladder while they do stuff, which would be kind of funny. Yeah, just have like a little ladder that automatically just pops out from nowhere. Magic ladders. Let's just make sure that we've exported that one. Okay. I was wondering whether it was worth increasing the green at all. So 0.25 was that. 0.5 was that. It's probably too green, I suppose, isn't it? Yeah, well, we do actually have ladders dotted around, like this one here. So they do exist on the ship, but they're kind of bulky. I mean, on every other deck than B deck, we have a storeroom. So from the perspective of the stairs, and this is true for every deck, around here we're going to have the bathroom on this side. So all this will be bathrooms. And on the opposite side, this will be... Hang on, I'm lost. This will be the storeroom. So this will be where the Roombas go to charge, and where all the cleaning products are and such. So all of the per deck needed storage items will go in here. So this is the perfect place to put all the ladders and such. Yeah, true that, Christopher. I don't quite know why this fern is so dim looking. I know that I did mess with them a bit, because we were having issues with them being too dark. Yeah, so I did actually like brighten them up. That's better. That one's not been messed with much. To be honest, I think that one's alright. It definitely looks greenerer. Yeah, true that, Oninoni. Oh, it's just because the floors are turned off at the moment, Danger Mouse. The ship is rendered in layers, so when I'm working on stuff, I'm constantly turning layers on and off. Right, let's add a panel on there real quick while we're doing this section. So what we really need to do is make sure we have a consistently scaled door panel, which I guess is going to be the same size as these. That's not actually a real one. That's just something I added after the fact. Which kind of means we need a door. Let's make sure we're on the right level. Just need to make sure that the panels are big enough to support, obviously, the full UI. That. Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, Oninoni, it does. I'll borrow those. But yeah, these definitely need a nicer door design than just the standard flat panels. I like the idea of using the wood, so we'll do a similar style to this, only without the windows and the slats. It will look nicer once it's got more UIs on the corridor as well. I guess we don't want to go like detail overload, but just slightly less plain than it is. Now I don't think I've actually got the A-deck interior other than the bridge on this one, yeah. Because I had like various versions of this file, and it's probably on the older one. Because when we started to remodel the ship, I moved to a new file basically to start that work. So if we save this one a minute, I might just export the old A-deck as a component and then import it in. I don't see why not, Oninoni. I'm still leaning towards the plants not being automatically watered, so that will be a job for a person or robot or something. So we definitely want the plants to brown over time. So we'll have to see how we do that. Okay, so we've got some really old SketchUp files here, dating back yonks. Maybe that one. Yeah, I think exactly that, Cloud. I think it's nice to see, just to see the deck crew, if we give it to the deck crew as a job, just seeing them go around just tinkering and doing stuff, or just seeing a robot doing it. How much of a deck do we have? Older. We need to go back further. No, older. Yeah, like Boothby, groundsman on the ship. Okay, we're getting there. This is the old ship design before we added the ring. It's still not old enough. Oh, this is looking likely. Oh yeah, I'm seeing some interior. God, I can't believe I made this back in 2022. That's mad. It's our old lounge. Apparently it was tiny. Yeah, so this was the old SketchUp mega file, which had like everything in it. And that was the old ship shape. Okay, so we need to export a couple of things here, to be honest, because the other thing we needed was the floor for in here. Because one of the issues we have right now is, rather stupidly, the light on the table in the conference room stays lit when the power's off. And the reason I've not been able to fix it is because the old geometry was on a different SketchUp file, which should be this one. where on this one is the question. Oh, there's the old light. I shall have to dig it out. We group that up and then make it a component. Then we should be able to export that in place as an object in its own right. Oh, they've renamed it. Right, so we want to save it to there. Just randomly mash keys. Okay, so old A deck. Right, and then if we open up our latest one, do I have more? Oh, Didn't realize I had like a bazillion copies of SketchUp open. Yay for having 192 gigs of RAM. Right, there we go. Okay, then we should be able to just import that model now. So old ADEC, import. We plonk it down to the origin. Weird. Where's the rest of it? Sigh. It's that one, wasn't it? Yeah. No, it wasn't that one. What file was it? Was it that one? Yeah, the old ball of a reactor. This is like years worth of just experimentation and messing with stuff. Let's just hide all that a minute. Hide all that. All that. Right, so the whole thing is a component. Okay. Save out. Make me select the folder all over again. Like, did it do it? I mean, I'm not seeing anything come up, so that does not look promising. Okay, let's try it a different way. See, it reckons it's 6 meg. I mean, surely that means it saved some data. Now it's saying 2.5 meg, so it definitely was exporting something. So where is it? Oh, Fred, you know what? You might be a genius. That was definitely it. Well done, Fred. Yes, it is in a group that was hidden, which is why I couldn't see anything and why the bounds were the right size. Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm not quite sure what the alignment was for that. Do we have? Yes, we do. Good night, AJ. Have a good one. So technically that should line up perfectly with that. Well, that was a very long-winded way of getting access to our door panels. So what we actually want to do with these is measure the distance to the floor so that we get our height correct, but also our distance to the door frame, because we want that to be consistent as well. Okay, so height-wise, it's an oddly non-specific number. That's not like me. And then horizontally, .5. That's definitely more specific. Okay, so we make that a component, then copy that. We don't need a deck anymore. Quite sure why it's laid itself on its floor, but what the hell. So the eventual idea with these is that they will open. So if the door is like locked closed because there's no power, so you'll be able to open up the panel just on a hinge, and there'll be ports and things behind for plugging in an engineering tool to provide power to the door so that you can override it and open it. And the same for like security. So you can open the panel, plug in a security override tool, and it'll automatically open the door. Which means that at some point, these door panels are going to have to be, obviously they're going to have some depth to them with stuff on the inside, which means we're going to have to make holes in these panels to incorporate that. but that's a future job. USB-C, no parallel port, obviously. Yeah, and for like hacking and that sort of thing. Going to be easier if I just do this within the group. So that's the correct distance from there, and that should be lined up with that ish. It's not quite lined up enough. And we're down to floor level. Ring 1, wall panels, wall panel, VIP door frame. Okay, and there's our panel. And there it is with its fingerprints. So as you can see, one thing that's messed up with this is all the surface normals, which is why you've got this weird creasing going on. So what we need to do is just grab the location of this mesh, just there, drop that into the world. And something that I've noticed that started happening with 5.6 is that when you use the modeling tool and specifically sorting out face-weighted normals, it will sometimes go ahead and mess up texture assignments. In fact, it will delete texture groups entirely. Doesn't seem to have done so this time. But I learned earlier today that if you simply do it again, it actually restores the groups whilst keeping the face-weighted normals. So I don't know what's going on with that, but it works, so I won't question it. Okay, so yeah, so those panels are going to need moving to fit the screen. But that's the general idea. I won't do the door yet because that's going to need it's going to need the exporting of these door panels because they're curved. So I did have straight doors in all of the door cavities, and I've moved to having curved ones instead for the simple reason that otherwise the width of these sections vary. So you end up with like skinny sections on this side and then fat sections on this side because it's coming through a straight line. So by making the doors curved, then we get a consistency of spacing through there. So it's just a visual nicety thing. But it does mean, of course, that I then have to work out where the pivot point is for these doors with that curvature, which of course is going to be like there in the middle somewhere. So every door now has to pivot around the pivot point instead of just sliding sideways. So added complexity, but it looks nicer. So I'm all for things that look nicer. That's what I got with Claire. Husband points. I didn't want Discord. Right, what's next? Good night, Patrick. Have a good one. Essentially, yes, Martin. So with each one, we need an anchor point for the actor. So obviously the door actor that handles the logic of opening and closing doors, that has to go somewhere. So we pick a point which is equal. Turn the frame back on. So there will be obviously a center point here somewhere. So that center point within the door track is where the actor lives. And then the actual static meshes themselves then pivot around the world origin, which is the middle of the ship over there somewhere. But yes, but each door will have a socket that it attaches to in those locations. And those sockets are on the snap guide that I made, which is that blue thing you can see under there. So that contains all the sockets for attaching stuff. Don't think I can quite grab it. Yeah, there it is. You can't see the sockets, but they are there. Yeah, basically. Right, so is that the old panel or the new one? Looks like the new one. So we need to copy those ones up. Because basically we need to do the same thing with this panel now and make it equal to the other one. So again, EA snap guide, because it snaps things into place for us. Do we have a light to delete? I think I've got rid of them all. Apart from that one. I can go now. Let's make sure we've got no lingering leftover lights that we don't want. See, with these ones here, I exported a separate already flipped mesh, so that I wouldn't have to go through the hassle of having to flip the geometry and then move all the light and everything. So I think I'll take the same approach with these as well. So which one wasn't flipped? Getting that one. Yeah, so we'll take the non-flipped one first. So we have a similar situation here, whereby we want the light obviously to be above the plants, but in order to do so, the position of the light is not in the middle of the ceiling panel. And the reason for that is because the ceiling panel should be this wide, but we've had to obviously cut down that width to make room for the stairs. Otherwise it would be in the middle. So this is very much a design flaw as far as I'm concerned. I didn't want to do it like that, but it's kind of just how it's turned out. Because I wanted the cavity around the stairs, I've kind of caused myself a problem with the ceilings, but you know, it's done now, and I'm going to chalk this up to one of the many lessons learned from the Magellan that we won't repeat on other ships. So I'll make sure that I pay attention to things like this more in the future, so we don't have little awkward bits. But it's all part of the fun of designing these things for real, because you run into real engineering problems, which is nice. Yeah, I considered putting it on an armature, so it's kind of like at an angle, but I think this is fine. We're just, I mean, it's not attached on a curve or anything, so it is still attached to a flat bit. So it just about fits. Like we're pushing the limits, but it fits. Although I might need to use a smaller foot for those ones. We'll see. I mean, an angled anchor point actually might look cool. I'll think on that. Right, so we need to do the same treatment we did for the LED lights, which we can copy from this one. Because we've already got the lights, so we'll just reuse them. We just need to make sure we have the same general geometry. I started mapping out the path for all the lights, and again it's slightly awkward because obviously B deck's different from the other decks. These ones go wider, but we kind of want the lights to be above. So if we take like that as our center line, and then we follow that center line around, it means the lights are more off to one side at the widest point of the planter, and then as we move down through the planter, the light is kind of like over here, whereas really it would be better off over this side a bit more. So I might take the midpoint where it gets narrowest, which would be there. So basically between the edge of the stair cavity and the corridor, and then run the middle of the lights down there instead. Yeah, and maybe have them curve sooner. I have to see how it looks once I've done the run of lights. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, they can have a wide spread to them. It's just I'm just thinking about the the visual aesthetic of where the panels are going. Obviously, like this issue that we've got here will only continue as far as this curve. And then we're kind of back to a more sensible layout. Maybe if we actually do the panel next rather than the light, that might help us out just to see what we're actually looking at, like panel wise. And I was thinking of making one panel there, and a panel that takes up that whole area there. Just kind of ignoring the fact that we've got a cut line through there. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll do the ceiling panels themselves, and then we'll start thinking about how best to position these, or how best to attach them rather. I don't mind them being on a diagonal strut if need be. In fact, that might add a little bit of visual interest. Time to go upside down. So we need to see, I guess, where the edge of the ceiling panels are going to run. So C deck, ceiling, well, that's that one. And then obviously we have the overhang that runs around there. It's a nice round number, 5.5. Okay, so we grab that, or just them actually. Oh, I suppose those as well. Explode them, re-merge them. What's going on there? Oh, autosave. Why do you do these things? Something I regret from making this this stairwell curve is how low poly I made it. I mean, you can really see the polygons on the curve. Given that we're using nanite and poly count isn't really much of an issue, I should have gone higher on the poly count around there. But what's done is done. Okay, so we know that our edge was 5.5. That should be consistent with that join there somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, so that lines up almost perfectly. suppose we need to kind of work out what the individual panels are going to look like. So we've got that one there, that one there. And I guess that one's going to have to be one solid piece. Yeah, true. And I think I had a 30-degree width, so a 30 centimeter width on this. So go from there. Oops. There should be 30. Okay, 80. Why is it 80? Oh, let's grab the template. That'd be easier, wouldn't it? Let's make sure we're... Yeah. That's why it was only slightly lined up and not entirely lined up, because it wasn't all the way to the end. Is that more lined up now? No, it's even worse lined up. Okay, fair enough. Treat this one as ground truth though, because this is the actual template for the ceiling. It is weird though. Why is that so far off? That should be perfectly lined up with that. Yeah. So the template's right, but the position of that panel's not. Might have to nudge that over slightly. So from there to there is 110. Of course, because this one's been chopped, hasn't it? Right, so of course it's going to be smaller. Okay, so what we actually need to know then is how far from the middle. 120. So take that, pop it there. And that should be 120, which should line up with the one underneath. So that should line up with that. So that would be corner. Yep, that's about right. Which means that that edge needs to come out slightly. So what I'm doing here is I'm just working out where the extents are of the panel as it's going round. And it's going to overlap this edge slightly as well. To come out to there. Don't want any of that or any of that. Checking that that's that one. Yeah, that's the one we wanted. Right, which means we don't want any of these bits at all. So that's panel 1, that's panel 2, and then panel 3 is going to be kind of awkward because it needs to deal with the wrapping around of this bit. So we've got that support that's sticking out. So the ceiling panel needs to wrap around. That's slightly more done on FDeck, but another hole I dug for myself is because I decided to have a flat run all the way down. Turn off that snap guide a minute. So that's straight all the way down. So we've got like a cavity for the stairs that goes all the way down. It means that we don't have any kind of lip or overhang, which means these ceiling panels don't have like a curve. Like on this side, they curve round. And I wanted them to curve around here as well. But they can't, because if they were to curve round, then this curve comes to an abrupt end when it comes to this cavity here. And that also then means if this is straight, then of course this also has to be straight here, which means when we get to here, we've got a straight bit that's now meeting a curve. So it would have been really, really easy if that curve continued all the way around to the other side. And there'd be no problem at all, because that curve can just smoothly wrap around there, carry on through here, look nice here, and then overhang on here. So the only solution to that would be to have this stick out so that we're losing some of the cavity around the stairs. But then we start coming up to issues with here, because if that bit's curved, it means that bit's sticking out further, which means we then need to have this bit sticking out further, which also would then mean that this bit would have to stick out further. And all of a sudden, you've got no gap at all around the stairs, and where the stairs attach to that bit, that then becomes awkward. So it's like no matter which way you do it, at some point you need to kind of make a curved bit meet a flat bit. So it's an awkward one, and I think what I'm going to have to do is have this curve here taper to a flat bit by the time it reaches the middle of this pillar. That's the only way I can think of doing it. So obviously that ceiling along there is going to be flat. Yeah. Again, this is very much lesson learned. So on every other ship, I shall make sure that we take that into account when doing stairwells and things, so that stairwells will always have more space than you'd otherwise think we need, to take into account the fact that some of the tops of the walls could be curved. So we need this deck separation, because that's what this is. This is basically the space between decks. That needs to stick out enough to allow for a curved ceiling panel, or a curved top of a wall. Yeah, so welcome to the nightmare that is my life sometimes. Yeah. Basically, it's going to have to mold into it somewhere. So I'm going to have to use like sub-D or something to try and make a smooth molded curve into a flat surface. Yeah, it's not going to be fun, but we'll make it work. I've had to do worse in the past. Yeah, so that's why I'm going to leave this panel here. I'm going to leave that one till last, because that one's going to have to deal with some horrible complexity. So the easy part with this one is just doing the bottom bit, so we know that that's 1 inch thick. And we know that it's going to be that colour. That comes down to the same level as that one. Now you can start to see how the lighting panel run is a little bit weird and awkward. Okay, that one goes down to the same level. Right, so our narrowest point is there. So we could move that over slightly and then have this start its curve sooner. I guess right now there is a consistent gap all the way around there, which I kind of like. But in terms of like the whole point of having a light, it would be better if it was shunted over slightly, just to give it more coverage. Right, so let's remove those from the template group and release them. Make you a component, make you a component. So the rest of it should be quite simple now. So all we're doing really is taking these paths here. We're going to move them up out of the way a minute. Actually, scratch that. Let's group that up. Take a copy of the template. So we're going to have to cut the template in half because obviously we need to move that bit over a bit. We need to do these two pieces separately. Oops. So if we... Ooh, actually... Right, so we're not going to have a problem with alignment there, but we will here, because we have that hole needing a perpendicular edge to join one piece to the next. Otherwise, they join at like a weird angle. So we just need to make sure that we measure that. So there to there would be 90. I always leave 6 centimeters because that seems to cover everything I ever use it for. So then we need that goes to there, and that goes to the first curve there. There we go. That just ensures that they will meet snugly. Weld for some reason. Why not? Oh, there's some weirdness going on there. That's better. Okay, now we can do our edge. Get rid of that bit because it's not needed. Okay, and now we just need to do the same on this side. So we want to line that up with that edge, but then we need to leave a gap, which I didn't do on this one, so I need to redo that bit. There should be 0.5 centimeter gap there, so that we have this like gap between everything. So basically that's like a rubber seal that just goes around all the panels. It looks big on screen because I'm zoomed right in, but that entire gap is just a single centimeter. So that there is like 5 millimeters. It's tiny. And then we need to do the same job here where we need to draw that perpendicular edge. This one's a bit awkward because of the other geometry. Same as before, we just join that up to wherever the first bit is, then get rid of that bit, and then there was like a little stupid bit on the end. Okay. And that should hopefully weld. Oh, we're going to do the same here as well. Okay, so same problem. Plus we got a horrible little bit in the end. We want this side and this side to like perfectly align. So if we use that as the alignment edge, then that one can stay as it is. But this one needs more of an edge. Hopefully that's not going to make it look weird. It is kind of an aggressive flick at the end there. Let's try it without it and see how we get on, because it's going to look a bit odd otherwise. So this is why we try and have perpendicular edges as much as possible, because obviously that path has made that finish all the way over there, and obviously we want that to go across, so we need to cut through at a weird angle. So I suppose the easiest way, if we do that, this is going to be a really weird join between those two panels. And then I guess the only way we can sort that out is just to slice through it. So take that edge there, that edge there, go through there like that, and then like that. Should be alright, because if we do the same with the other one, hopefully the panels won't look odd, but we shall see. so far so good. And then, as with the edge, we need to move that over by 0.5, which we'll just do like that. Again, leaving our 1 centimeter gap between the panels. And then we need to do the same on this side. Oops. Stuck in the ceiling. But this one's going to be more awkward because we can't just move that geometry sideways without messing with the curve. So I think we're just going to have to just slice it the way we want it. Without messing with that gap. So we come off of that layer a minute. We then just take that face 0.5 over there, copy it, and then paste it there, and then intersect. Right, that should have solved the problem. Gives us our 1 centimeter gap between the panels. And we just have to do that with the other bits as well. How does the artificial gravity work? We've iterated on that a few times as to how we want it to work. Originally, I wanted a single point of gravity, which basically creates a sphere of gravity around the ship, and have its usual inverse square fall off from the source of the gravity. But now that we have things like a keel fin and we have decks that go all the way down to the ring, it means that unless we put the source of gravity right at the lowest point of the ship, then you'd be upside down if you were climbing down to the ring through the keel fin, so that solution no longer works. Plus, we had the additional problem that if we had a single source of gravity, which created a gravitational field around the ship, then that ship then has like equal pull in all directions. And if that's parked next to something like a station, which obviously would have the same technology, then you'd have like two sources of gravity like sucking each other in, and like basically the ship and the station would just pancake into one another. So there are various technical problems with working gravity that way. So instead, we're going to go with the floor plating approach. So every floor, if I bring up like that, every floor has this cavity underneath. So the actual floor panels, bolt onto these attachment points. But this cavity is where we're going to run the field generators for the gravity plating. So if you think of it like underfloor heating, it's more like underfloor gravity. So we'll have like highly energized plasma coils under the floor, and they use mass energy equivalents. So if you put enough energy into a system, you're creating virtual mass, which in turn creates curvature of space-time, which in turn creates gravity. So by putting enough energy into those coils, you are creating localized gravity in that space. So also by doing it this way, rather than plowing all of the energy into a single point of gravity that radiates out inverse square law. That inverse square law is instead applied to a single segment of the corridor. So like this piece here will generate its own gravity, and that gravity that it's generating won't expand far beyond that segment. So each segment basically has its own gravity at that point. So if that part of the ship is damaged, then you could lose gravity halfway down a corridor, only to have it continue on the other side. And that's the most workable solution I've found so far for it. It kind of works with science, other than the fact that obviously the amount of energy you'd need to put into that system to create gravity would just be ridiculous amounts, far beyond what would be practical for a ship. But forgetting that little inconvenient of truth, every other aspect of it should work fine. Yeah. A considerable portion of the reactor's power is going to be used for creating the gravity on the ship. Because it's crazy. So like with the wooden bit, we need to chop this and then rejoin it, because we've got two differing curves. Fortunately this time we don't need to recreate the curve, because we've already done that job. Why is it not pasting the curve? Copy. Paste. There we go. There's one side. There's the other side. And then as before, we just join them together. To cut that. Oh, I see. Well, that's actually convenient that that's there. I paste the cut plane rather than the geometry, the paths, but that's fine because we can just use that. Let's smooth them first, just to make cutting it out easier. Actually, just remember that actually needs to be a further centimeter in. Because reasons. There we go. That's better. where I have to keep asking myself, why did you make the geometry so complicated? Edge goes over 1.5. Gives us our consistent spacing all the way around that bit. Final bit, and then I shall call it a night. That one, and that one. Okay, as before, I just need to copy, break that. Then do that. And that. And just extend that over, because we're going to cut through it. And I'll extend that a bit to make it easier to cut through it. Almost made a mistake then. But Dan, you never make mistakes. As if. Okay, one panel, and then that should be the same height as that, which it is. That should be equal to that, which it is. Perfect. So now we can just add a few niceties. Or not. Oh, I see, it's just this. It's all right, we can sort that out. Is that less than 1 centimeter? 1.05. Yeah, close enough. Right, so what we'll do is we'll just merge that that edge onto there. And hopefully that will fix the issue. Yeah, there we go. Nice. And we'll need to do the same on this one as well. Just merge that edge onto there. This bit always breaks, but it's also easy to fix, so not gonna cry about it. Be gone, random edge. There's one over here too. Yeah, of course there is. Yeah, I think I was just doing 1 centimeter on these corners. And then just 0.5. Okay. All right, what broke? Aha. I see the problem. Make sure these faces are all facing the right way. Right, okay, so we have another piece. And the question is, where are we going to attach it to? I suppose that segment there. So for that we need floor. Floor. Where's the floor? There's the floor. That's the wrong floor. Floor. Okay, we want to steal this little doofer here. Yoink. Now we don't need the floor. just change the axes, the origin point for the entire project, which I didn't want to do. Okay. Right then. So if we just double check our naming convention here a sec, what did we call this one? Again, ring 1, BDEC, ceiling plant 1. Okay. So the next one can be 2. Okay. Import that to there. Oh, that's wall panels. I don't want to be in wall panels. Ah, there it is. Okay, so we'll give it simple box collision because it's just a ceiling panel. That's the metal backing. That's the white bit. The wooden bit. Actually, no, that's the wooden bit. And that's the rubber bit. Okay. Okay, and then we just give it a socket. Huzzah! There we go. And on the other side, again, I will do these properly. Rather than mirroring them. But for now, if I just mirror that, oops, no, that way. There we go. Just mirrors it there. Get rid of that because we don't need it. Get rid of that because we're not going to need them very soon. And they can be replaced by proper lights rather than horrible temporary ones. Great. So these ones will only work from C deck down because B deck has a completely different geometry. So that one's going to be nicely awkward. I think what I'll do with these, in addition to fixing out the height difference, I'll probably have that come across and follow the curve there, and then maybe just go straight across there. That way, when we do this panel, we don't have to have it come all the way in and have an awkward little bit there. It can just come across straight like that. So we'll make that one straight, which means that one can also then be straight. But yeah, but for the rest of the decks, they can just have that one for now. Right, save all, job done. Not a bad stream, if I do say so myself. I think we did quite well with these. I quite like them. Maybe a less uniform pattern would have looked more interesting, but I think, yeah, quite pleased with it, really. Well, there we go. It's a 4-hour done, and what day are we on? Wednesday, isn't it? So I wish you all the very best for the rest of the week. Have a good one, and I shall see you on Sunday for more of the Caravella class. All right, have a good one, everyone. Bye for now.